hear me. Oh, there you go. Now you can. Okay. Don't know why. Don't know why, even though it's labeled, they messed everything up in sound systems because they updated something. Classic. How are we doing tonight? How are we feeling? How's life going? There we go. There you go. You can hear me now. Life is moving in a direction. Hopefully in a positive direction. I hope for everyone. I am. Hi, you know me. I'm Prax. I'm your friend. Hey y'all. Welcome to the channel. Usually tonight would be Mechton night, and it would be in the penultimate episode for Mechton Corporate Raiders. But we have so many things. So many people are not here tonight, so well, that wasn't gonna happen. And if you follow me on Twitter, I've been posting some things about an idea that came to me in the middle of the night that won't leave me alone, which means that's probably going to end up a game on the channel. Haha, now you know how I plan things. My planning is very simple. And oh, Hawkeye, you had fun at the Ren Fair? That's good. Yeah, some people got sick. Some people just weren't going to be in town. Some people are very, very kind to their friends, and helpful individuals, which is great. So yeah, so things should be fine. You can see here, right here, that I have this binder. I should show you the binder. It's a binder. It's very simple. You'll see that it's got a number of tabs that I made with post-it notes in my organization. This is my setting Bible. It's not even my biggest. I mean, it's only what? It's only a 1-inch. Yeah, it's only a 1-inch. It's only like a little thinny 1-inch. It's not huge. Hey Schmelzer, welcome on in. Today we're talking about D&D specifically, and yeah, shock and awe, I'm talking about Dungeons and Dragons. Not just tabletop role-playing games, not just Artel Saurian, which you can see the Tome of Chaos, hashtag not sponsored, but my Tome of Chaos lives right here because that art is just too beautiful to let go. So yeah, instead of talking about Artel Saurian, Witcher, or Mechton, or Cyberpunk Red, or Castle Falkenstein, or Green Ronin's Age System games, I'm actually going to talk about Dungeons and Dragons. Wow. Wow, that's a shock. Like, the Dungeons and the Dragons is a game that I have played for a very long time. Not as long as Trooper, I must admit. And if you watched Trooper's stream last night, where he was doing the solo adventure from the Redbox basic set, I did not play Dungeons and Dragons quite as long as he has. But I have played for a very long time. I started in 2nd edition. Wait, yes, there will be Dungeons and Dragons, Hawkeye. Maybe. Possibly. But yes, I, myself, started in 2nd edition. Ravenloft, Greyhawk, those were where I really learned how to play. Then I went and did a whole bunch of other games. Cyberpunk, Vampire the Masquerade, all of the White Wolf games, a whole bunch. Traveler was a big one. The game where you died in character creation. Warhammer Fantasy, but I still kept playing. I was never as big a fan of Faerun and the Forgotten Realms and all of that setting. It was just never my thing. I mean, I knew about it. If you had any, like, experience in playing Dungeons and Dragons in the 90s and the early 2000s, you knew what Faerun was. I wasn't as big a fan. I felt it wasn't what I wanted, but I knew about it, and a lot of people played in it, so I played a lot of the settings, played a lot of the, been to Waterdeep, been to Neverwinter, been to Baldur's Gate, played Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, played Neverwinter Nights, but I was never as big a fan, and when, like 3rd edition and then 4th edition really kind of pushed it, and now in 5th edition, as much as they have started releasing other settings, WotC has really been tied to Faerun, Forgotten Realms, specifically the Sword Coast, right? Like, theoretically, there's this whole other 90% of the continent that's there, but they don't do anything there. Exactly. You like, Popes with me. We cut our teeth on Greyhawk, and then we became GMs in Faerun and Planescape. I liked Planescape. Planescape was fun, but you either had to start a game at really high level to go to Planescape, to do Planescape, or you had to play for that long. And I was a military brat. You were moving way too soon for that to ever happen. You were never going to get that. That was not happening. Particularly with, playing other games that were available and what we were doing. So I, and the people I've always played with, were always playing you're playing in your own setting. You're building your own world. Yeah, homebrew. Hawkeye is right. And, like, what people forget is Faerun and the Forgotten Realms are all, WotC players' homebrew, right? Like, the people who work for WotC, Sage, all of this started as... Exactly, there's much more to Faerun than the Sword Coast, there's Moorland, the Dalelands, Sea of Stars. All of this started as one, Greyhawk. Greyhawk started as one, is a writer's homebrew. All of these started as homebrew worlds, and there's a lot of people who come into D&D who learn about D&D through these books, and, like, it's not a bad thing. It's not a horrible thing. But what they forget is not all of the rules apply the same way in each world. Like, elves in Greyhawk are not the same elves as are in Faerun. I'm just straight up. Like, most of the stuff going on in Greyhawk is worlds different than what's going on in Faerun. And that's not even touching on the Dread Plains and everything coming out of Ravenloft, because 2nd edition Ravenloft is so good. Curse of Strahd is an okay adventure. That's kind of my opinion about Curse of Strahd. It's an okay adventure, but it waters down a lot of what Ravenloft was. And if you want to know how good 2nd edition Ravenloft was, but still see it in a 5th edition setting, you should go look up Lindy's, Laugh Love Lindy's, YouTube, because she did like a 2 or 3 year long campaign adapting 2nd edition Ravenloft modules to 5th edition. And it was wonderfully done. They just finished it. It's all up on there. Yeah. Yeah, the culture and mechanics vastly changed by plane and setting. Look at Dark Sun versus Eberron. Just, those things are Warforged did not exist. Yeah, it was 3 years. Thanks, Pope. Warforged were a thing that came out of Eberron. Now you have this adaptation that Pope's particularly stuff like Pope's doing, where you, because WotC also owns Magic the Gathering, they're starting to use Magic the Gathering settings for D&D, and Pope's game over on Lindy's channel for Innistrad. Really enjoyable, a lot of fun. Very different than Faerun. Very, very, very different world than Faerun. Full disclosure, I haven't played Magic the Gathering since the end of Urza's saga. I have now dated myself and aged myself. So, a lot of people were asking me what I thought of Theros. I was like, I'm not even going to try, and, you know, Theros was... You need to send me a commander deck? Well, Pope, I should tell you, I have some very beautiful first editions that are sitting in a safety deposit box for when there's no other possibility of me making money, and I will sell my first edition Black Lotus that is sitting in a safety deposit box, which is in mint condition, that I got in a booster pack. And I don't know that I like the commander rules. I don't like the way the game has been changed to certain things. And I think that's just me as a person. I mean, no, it's not even stuff like that. It's like, Pope, it's the stuff like, it's the core mechanics, not whether it's Oathbreaker or Commander, or stuff. It's stuff like the way mana, you can put out mana or use mana in the game. You know, limitations on stuff like that. Like, yeah, speed and power creep. Yeah, exactly. Like, look, I have 2 deck. Okay, since we're gonna be, we'll talk a little bit about Magic the Gathering. It's on topic, sort of. It's on topic, sort of. My number 1 deck that was guaranteed to murderize the fuck out of everybody I ever played with was a red-black deck, because I was an evil, evil bitch. Minotaurs, Wall of Lava, Necromantic Resurrection, and a shit ton of lightning strikes with a just massive amount of mana, and just be like, I one-shot you. You have all of that nice stuff. No, go away. Just go away. Get through. You can't get through the Wall of Lava. You can't. The lightning strike is going to take you out, and I've got 15 mountains out. Bye-bye. Have fun. I played to murder. It's fine. And then, you know, oh, you wanted to try and hit me? That's great. That's why I have all of these wonderful black power drain and life-sucking vampiric levels. It's great. I also played a green-white deck because that was fun. Yeah, because you could have... Exactly, Jer. Because you could have a Shivan dragon. Why the fuck not? And then I added a bunch of Urza's artifacts and just murderized people. Just straight up murderized people. Hawkeye, if you... Like, when I learned to play Magic the Gathering in the early 90s, when it was first coming out, it's a vastly different game than it is today. Just vastly different. And because of that, it's like I recognize a lot of the lore that's going into this. I recognize a lot of the art that's going into this. I think some of these are really pretty, but I just don't have the connection to the game right now. And I just don't feel like it doesn't call to me. Halfly because if I actually wanted to play anything, I'd have to buy all new cards. And because none of the cards that I have, except maybe the mana that I have, would be acceptable cards. They would just be like, no, you can't play these. They'd just be like, no, we don't want you to do that. But this is merely to talk about the fact that you have a vast number of settings that exist outside of Faerun. But when I was learning to play D&D, we played in Grayskull. We played in not Grayskull. I mean, we did play one shot in Grayskull. I got to play basically a She-Ra knockoff, which was great. Female paladin, had just fucked everything up. It was great. And I got to ride a tiger. At me. But, okay. Who hasn't played in Grayskull? I mean... Fair, Jeer. Fair. I did spend... But most of my time, I played in... If I wasn't playing in the Dread Plains for 2nd edition Ravenloft, it was homebrews. Everybody played in homebrew. Oh, I'm sorry, Hawkeye, that you've never played in Castle Grayskull. You never had the joy of having a map in, like, the original, like, those of us who are of a certain age, and we played on the table, and you needed minis, and you needed, like, land, the minis for the landscape tiles, and we just pulled out our Castle Grayskull action figure set, and there was Castle Grayskull at the end of the map. It was great. It was also, it was fun. We had fun with it. He-Man was after your time. I'm sorry. She-Ra for the win. But we played in homebrew. And so, like, I got really good at creating homebrews. And, like, this is my current one, based on 5th edition. I am also an anthropologist and classicist. So I have spent a lot of time studying the way cultures develop, evolve, interact, change, and based on both, all of these things that come from both history and just the study of anthropology. Remembering, of course, I acknowledge, of course, that a bunch of these are fantasy races, but you know what? We're going to study based on anthropology because the same core understanding and needs exist. So that's how I've always kind of, like, since I went to college, have approached world building for my D&D games. And anyone who's seen me GM anything knows that I like to... What's the best phrase here, Pope? Fuck with my players' expectations, I guess would be a way to do it. And I like to do it in interesting ways. So, y'all know Simon, right? Wandering DM. I ran a game for him, a D&D game. He was playing a ranger, right? Because he has this one particular ranger that he really loves to play. It's his OC, his main OC. He plays Rangers. Cool. And I'm like, cool, you're gonna play a Ranger. You're a low-level Ranger. Cool, 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 cool. I was like, what would mess with a Ranger most? Oh, yeah. We're gonna fuck with a Ranger's perception of nature. So I had a shit ton of plant monsters to fuck with him. I made a Ranger hate nature. The only thing better was if it was a druid who hated nature, but that's a goal for the future. Thank you, Pope. This is true. I sent her games on culture and understanding. Yeah, it was great. It was great. He's still not happy about that, but whatever. He can get over it. He can get over it, mostly. Um, but I like to world build, and I like to consider the way in which cultures will interact, how the history is going to be, how is the topography and the development of those cultures going to influence the way in which they're going to develop. Yes, these are going to be worlds that have magic. And they're worlds that are going to have both divine and arcane magic. And how are those different? How do those play into things? How do you look at certain things? I also have certain rules that I build into my D&D games, which are kind of like my core homebrew world, house rules for D&D. One of which is you can never have an agnostic or atheist cleric or paladin. Just no. I'm sorry. I understand that I am a language person and this is a big thing for me. You can't. You're a. I'm sorry. You're a cleric, which is a priest, and a paladin, which is a warrior priest. Or priestess. Or, generic names. You can never, you're going to have to believe in something. You can be fallen. You can have a fucked up relationship with your god, but you're not an atheist. And you're not an agnostic. And at the same time, how can you actually have someone in a D&D, and specifically Dungeons and Dragons? No, Naruto still pisses me off. I don't spend a lot of time talking about that level of shonen because I am of an age where when those big three became the big three shonen, I was already way out of shonen. But I'll come back to that. But words, like Pope said, words matter, definitions of words matter, conceptions that are tied to those words matter. I do not understand D&D, and specifically Dungeons and Dragons, worlds or games where people are like, we don't know whether the gods exist. I'm like, nah, bullshit, time out. You have a cleric in your party. You know the gods exist. The gods come down and, and if you're playing in Faerun, the gods fucked shit up way beyond everything else. They came down and put their hands in it and messed all of this shit up. It's like the Romans and the Greeks and everybody pre-Christian. There is no, well, I don't know, maybe. No, the gods don't exist. No, there's none of this. You know the gods exist. There is a technical difference between arcane and divine magic. They are not the same thing, and the people who cast them cannot cast the same way. So the fact that there is this delineation within the rule set means that you cannot have this 21st century conception of atheism and agnosticism. It just doesn't work. So in my games, you can't have that. Yeah, Jer, a lot of shonen, particularly modern shonen, that just kind of pisses me off. I agree with you on that one. There were some things that were called shonen at the time because they were run through Shonen Jump magazines, but I don't consider shonen because they end up in things like mecha or other kind of things. But yeah, like I'm not a Naruto fan. I'm not a... Like, I know that these things exist. I'm aware of the general conception of them. Whatever. I have a different anime and manga loves. But I take those concepts and I take those understandings and I build into them and I take the ways in which those things work and I build them into my worlds. And that is important, right? How you define and interact and develop a world is important because your players are going to... Yeah, but see, that's not... Jer says, what about agnosticism in the form of, I believe that gods exist, but fuck them? That's not agnosticism, because agnosticism says you don't know. That's the literal definition, is like agnosis. Gnosis is the Greek word to know, and is a negative, or specifically a negative meaning a lack. Gnosis means you don't know whether the gods exist or not. So in that statement is, you believe and know the gods exist, but fuck them. That's just you being pissed at the gods, and I'm totally okay with that. Want to be pissed at the gods? Go right ahead. You want to play a fallen paladin? Okay, but you still have to have some connection to your god, even if you're fallen, right? You want to be, you used to be a cleric and now you're a warlock because you've just said, I am so mad at my god and I left them behind and now I've signed a pact with another being to get magical powers because I don't have them otherwise? Fine. But you can't deny the fact that they exist. Okay. White is a little bright. Little bright. There we go. Yeah, let's bring the brightness down a little bit. Okay. But yeah, so like... And I like building in worlds and how those things are going to interact, right? Like, you know that there is divine magic in D&D, and there's also arcane magic in D&D, and the two are separate and different, and they come from different types of sources, and they're cast differently. They have different spell lists. Exactly. Atheists in D&D would be the equivalent of flat earthers, or even... Yeah. Or, like, even beyond that, like... Okay, go ahead and lurk, crit. Yeah, it's like everyone has empirical evidence. There is that village down the road where, the gods intervened and stopped the flood. Okay, you're just not extending. You have a new okay, Jer, what is your new character idea? Yeah, but Unstable Deus, that's still a, you're saying that, Unstable Deus says, the only agnosticism I could possibly see is if there were deities before and something or someone killed them. I still don't see that as agnosticism so much as a lack of knowledge, right? It's a lack of information, not necessarily a lack of knowledge. Because you had the knowledge that they previously existed, you just don't know what happened to them next. Which would then lead to the question of whether or not you could even still have divine magic if the gods had been killed. But I don't know what Jir's character concept is. An atheist D&D character in the same vein as the flat earther. I mean, for a one shot, I could see it, and then, but like that would probably, as a player, annoy me in the long-term campaign. Yeah, I agree with you on Stable Deus. You couldn't, if the gods had died, you couldn't have divine magic. You could not. It would be an interesting world. But that means that you would cut you would have to be up front with your players and say, you cannot, we're not going to have clerics, druids. Well, no, you couldn't have clerics or clerics or paladins. You could maybe have druids and ranger casters, because you could go the whole nature is still technically divine, but it's not gods, so yeah, but then it's not. But that's the thing is, in the mechanics, in the core mechanics of Dungeons and Dragons, there is a delineated difference between arcane magic and divine magic, and it's mechanically based. And as Pope says, if the gods had died, if we're going full Nietzsche, God is dead, then they would depend on how the divine magic was introduced in the world originally. But I don't think it'd be an interesting world. It's not the one I'm currently building, but it'd be an interesting one. It also means, here's another point that people forget. It would limit you're going to limit the type of races that you're going to have. And one of the things that, yeah, sure, your character wouldn't believe those differences. If you're an atheist who doesn't believe in anything, that's fine. You can not believe it, but you're still not going to be able to be a cleric or a paladin. Because a lack of belief means that you can't cast the spell. As I go back to the very, very old definitions of how magic works, is both belief and part of the way a magical spell works is because you believe it works. But this particular campaign that I'm building, and if you may have seen me talking about it on Twitter a couple nights, it's going to be a tier 3, tier 4, so like levels tier 3 into tier 4 campaign. So so Pope says, if divine magic was tied to the blood, makes the relationship with deities interesting. I mean, that's a Ravenloft. That's a vampire campaign. That's a very dark campaign that I have. That's over here. That's not the one that's currently in my head, but it has been percolating for a long time. Or you could also say that the divine magic is just the leftover essence of dead gods, which means that if I did that, I would be playing it with the magic is constantly decreasing. And so you would have fewer and fewer clerics. You'd have fewer and fewer clerics who could cast high-level spells. You'd have PCs who could possibly have fewer and fewer spells and magic, and they're just being drained because there's a finite amount that's going to go away. I've run that campaign. It's fun. It was also dark as fuck and ended up with a lot of people dead, but it's the closest I actually came to in a TPK. Exactly, it would be a very limited resource. But the game that I am currently planning is a high level tier 3 into tier 4. So the players are going to start at like level 12 or 13 and end up at 17 or 18. Maybe start at 14 and end at 18. Might be, depending on how things go. And I would also do it as XP and not as milestone. Yeah, so that's the other thing, Jer. All of the divine lineages, by both Aasimar Celestial and then tiefling is infernal, but both of those are divine lineages, and therefore both of those would have some serious complications when it came to such a world. But yes, so the world I'm building is going to be like level 14 to level 18, 16, 17, somewhere in there. Relatively short campaign-ish. But it would be starting with the players having already been adventurers for a while, having retired. They don't need to do, you reach level 14, you don't need to do anything, right? Like, you've saved a bunch of your near world, right? So let's look at a thing. Let's look at a thing. Let's look at the encounter builder on D&D Beyond. Okay. So let's manage this, right? So let's say these are level 14 characters. 4 players of level 14, right? Okay. So let's go with sort by CR. We don't need the aspects of Bahamut or Tiamat. Let's just, let's load some filters. Let's see what we can do. Monster type. Let's go with some elementals, right? What if we add, just a good old Leviathan, right? So let's add a CR20 Leviathan. One CR20 Leviathan is considered deadly for an encounter with 4 level 14 players. Let's get rid of that. So let's look at then, what have we got? Yeah, Leviathans are no joke. Let's take this Phoenix. Let's take a Phoenix and let's give that Phoenix, Earth Fire Elemental. There you go. Now you've got a Gargantuan Elemental and a Medium Elemental, and you have a deadly encounter. But if you've fought anything like this, you're pretty good, right? You're going to be pretty good. You will have a lot of things that you could work with. Let's look at that Phoenix. Oh, no. It's not going to let me look at it. Nope, all of these in Monsters of the Multiverse. And I don't have that on D&D Beyond because I only buy a book mostly once. Not all the time. But, okay, so you have those high-level, large fight, or, these are characters that have already had those high-level fights and have retired because, they've made their money, they want their family, their whatever they're doing, and I want to start that campaign after they've been relaxed for a little while. They've gone back to their own homes, or they found new ones, and they are working at, this kind of life, seeing what life is like after you put down the sword, for a metaphorical explanation. And then there will be an event. I don't want to spoil it too much because I will be actually running this camp. Well, no, I can tell you. There will be a change of leadership in a nearby nation. A peaceful change of leadership. The previous leader died. The heir is, assuming the throne through peaceful change. And all of these individuals are now people of note, right? If you're a level 14 character PC, you are, a person of note and consequence and name, to quote the bard. You are of import. You would be invited to such an event. And then things will happen at this event that will perhaps cause reasons why we might need to have our PCs decide that they need to get back to what they're doing. But that's kind of where this original idea is. And I'm building, so far, the world. I've got a lot of it done. I did a lot recently because I've been having this for a while, so I've got the basic kind of structure built out for a while. And then I have had some ideas, and then there was a conception that I wanted to play with. In this game, I want to see if I can have, particularly because the way I think of, the connection between divine and arcane magic. And I want to see if I can actually make alignment function well in 5th edition. Unstable Dios, I mean, whether they choose to engage with the conflict or not is a complicated question, right? Because it's a D&D game. At the end of the day, you don't have, you need to have some level of buy-in. It's like, hey, this thing happened. Please try and engage with the plot in some manner. But if you want to delay your engagement with the plot, I always run, the way I run games, and the way even the Witcher game I'm running, the Mechton game I'm running, all of the other games that I run, you as a player may not choose to pick up those particular plot threads at a moment. That's fine. But things will be going on in the world around you. And because, that may mean that in the future, your choice might not be the same one, because you'll come back to something and be like, oh, shit. That villain that we decided, that plot thread of following this particular guy that we didn't think was important, well, he kept doing stuff. And now there's a bigger problem. So, if they choose not to engage at that particular event, that's on that. That's them. The plot will happen and occur because I play my NPCs, whether they're villains or just, NPCs, as people with their own goals and motivations, right? And one of the as Pope says, Pope has learned that lesson in my games already. Yep. People made choices, and that's fine. You can make choices, and that's actually really good because it means things are going on. But I always play my NPCs, either villains or regular NPCs, as their own person. They have their own goals and motivations. And if what's happening as the players choose not to engage with a particular thing, and the villain's like, all right, cool, You keep doing you, I'm gonna do me. Oh, I'm gonna sit here and scry on your ass and learn things and work towards my goal and motivation. Um, so a player character's choosing at a particular moment not to engage with that a particular conflict, that's a choice that they can make. But the world will continue to revolve around them, and at some point, because it's a tabletop role-playing game, it is a Dungeons and Dragons game, has to be a level of buy-in and engagement where you're going to look around and go, okay, at some point I cannot continue to ignore this. As Jer says, sometimes the conflict engages with you. This is true. But I want, so one of the things I want to try and do is engage with an alignment in a way that I think is important. And in ways in which I think alignment has, one of my points of view has always been that alignment is always Jer says, I call this the shit rolls downhill method of GMing. The plot is generally problematic enough that the players will be affected whether they engage or not. I mean, yes, sometimes. And then sometimes, as Pope has already found out, you refuse to engage with something. Cool. And then you discover that that might not have been your best choice. And you're like, oh, fuck. But Time of Guess says, oh, hey, Time, welcome in, by the way. Time says, I'm playing a Pendragon campaign where our GM loves giving us leads, but no clue as to how to follow them, except that later there will be consequences, as Prax will say. I mean, yeah, I don't usually try to if I'm giving you a lead, there's a way for you to engage with it. It may not necessarily be entirely obvious right off the bat, but there is a way to engage with the lead that I'm, like, the breadcrumbs that I am leaving you. You know, some things you may not be able to engage with, just based on the choices that you as a player or your party has made. And I think that's all valid. I have things in which that works. But you're enjoying having those complications, right, Pope? I'm glad you think it is a good pain. But, oh, alignment, sorry. So, I want to engage with alignment because I think one of the biggest problems that people have is the belief that alignment is 100% an internal choice by the characters and less about where I believe a long portion of the alignment stems is an external perception of others based on your actions, right? You can, you know, is alignment, if you actually think about the definition of the term alignment, right? You are aligned, you are in line with a particular idea, conception, or belief system. Or even at its core, you are, you know, ideology, aligned with an ideology, a political system, anything like that, but it is an alignment, right? And it's your actions that show others that you are tied to that particular alignment. So I don't see it as 100% an internal thing. It's in my point of view, I guess, more 70-30 external. And so what I want to do for that is that because in this world, there's a lot of historical background that I'm building into this world, that the gods are real. The different races and nations pray to different aspects or titles of those gods. One of the things you see a lot particularly in Rome, is the conception of Rome and Greek and a lot of other ancient Mediterranean cultures. I haven't done as thorough an investigation of ancient or even modern sub-Saharan African cultures and religions, but a lot of polytheistic religion nations would follow the conception of different epitaphs and titles for a particular god tied to their different momentary perceptions and needs of that god. For example, the Greeks and the Romans prayed to both. I'm going to use they're two different people. Ares and Mars are not the same person. They are conflated, usually starting by Northern Europeans looking at you, English and Germans, but they are not actually 100% the same person. There's a lot of stuff that Mars has that Ares doesn't. There's a lot of stuff that Ares has that Mars doesn't. But they were both played to Ares or Mars as the conqueror, and they would also there would be other times that they would pray to Ares or Mars as the protector, the defender, the patron. These are different conceptions, right? So I'm building into this world the pantheon exists across the nations of this world. They all pray to the same gods, but they may pray to different aspects of that god, or different particular titles or epitaphs of that particular god. So an alignment with a god would be an important thing for, particularly paladins and clerics, right? And acting against the alignment of your god would be a huge thing, particularly in a world where the gods are actively fighting. And this is a thing that I'm going to use, is the gods are fighting. Well, how did I have fancy words. I worded well earlier. The gods are trying to protect existence from the forces of evil. And I'm using evil in a very particular term, and it's not entropy or chaos or death. Death is never evil, it just is. Everybody comes to death at some point. So evil is not going to be that kind of viewpoint. But the gods are acting to fight against this particular evil that wishes to encroach and take over the world. But they can only truly affect the world through their selected avatars and champions. In that case, would be the PCs, paladins, clerics, even other PCs that aren't necessarily those same divine casters or divinely touched, but and at the same time, the evil gods, which we'll just call them evil gods for right now. I need to figure out a better term for them. Excuse me. They can only affect change through the actions and agents of the devils and demons, right? And who can be summoned by people, and by people I mean any race or species, people, sentient sapient beings on the world planet. So it's the actions and choices of people in the world that can cause both great good and great harm. Even if it is to the benefit or detriment of the gods in their in multiverse spanning fight for good and evil. I don't know that outsiders or usurpers is quite right. I think it may be destroyers. But at the same time, I understand and recognize that entropy in chaos is a natural... All things go to death at some point. So, destructive forces cracking the world and... So, yeah. And then, of course, that becomes a conception that those people who are in alignment with their gods, like, particularly important for paladins and clerics, and druids at some level, can become an obvious thing to outsiders of, like, we people all pray to the same gods, even if we talk about them in different aspects and different faces. And because of that, we can other people, not just other priests or paladins or clerics, but other, wizards or bards or peasants can see if somebody's not acting in alignment because take for example, if you're a paladin of a god of the tempest, right? A cleric of the tempests or seas or rivers, right? And you start actively polluting those bodies of water, everyone's going to turn to you and go, yeah, no, you're not acting in alignment with the god that you have chosen to dedicate yourself to. And I think that's the other portion about alignment that I want to play with, is the fact that it's a choice that you have to continue to keep choosing. And that because you have that moment where you keep having to choose to act in that manner. Yeah, Time says with a nod to the classical metamorphosers. Yeah. They alter the established, but not necessarily negatively. Yeah, sometimes that happens, right? And sometimes it can be a non-negative action against your alignment that may move you in a different way, in a positive shape again with your alignment, or sometimes it might be a negative, right? So, if you watch Trooper's stream, he was talking about the fact that in AD&D in 1st and 2nd edition, even a little bit in 3rd edition, if you were a cleric or a paladin and you just straight up murdered somebody that A, didn't deserve it, and B, there, like, if you acted against your gods, you could lose, you could be mechanically punished, like penalized, right? You could lose a level, you could lose spell access, you could do all of these things, and you stop and you think about it, it kind of makes sense. I'll know that people today hate it because they're like, no, I should always be allowed to have everything I want. Exactly. An Oath of the Crown Paladin, there's much that can nudge in any direction. Exactly. An Oath of the Crown Paladin, I could see falling and becoming a fallen paladin so easily because it's Oath to the Crown, which is a very interesting concept. But, you know, here's the thing. If a cleric acts in a manner that is contrary to their alignment and contrary to the ideals of their god, why would their god keep giving them the benefits and powers that they are doing so, right? Like a cleric, and that's why I really like the world that I'm kind of building, is it's very much the gods cannot act on the material plane except through agents that they choose to engage with it. Whether those agents are their champions and their champions and their dedicants. And like, because I really like the idea of, I hate like Faerun and the gods just being like, nah, I want to show up and fuck everything up. Fuck you, Cormoland. Everything wrong with the elves is your fault. I have opinions. But I like the idea of gods being looking at the multiverse, like the massive numbers of alternate universes and alternate realities, and that's the chess game that they're playing against the forces of evil, however we eventually define those forces of evil. But on the material plane, the only way they can affect change on that massive chessboard is through the champions and agents they've engaged with. And if you're a champion of a god and you start fucking off and doing nothing that the god wants, the god's gonna be like, fuck, you're fired. I don't want to keep investing in my power into you if you're not going to act in a way that benefits what I need. And not necessarily in a manner that seems, yeah, more Planescape post-Guild War. But I want to focus, but I want it to look at it in a way that's much more finite, and in a way that's really like, Hawk. Koldrick says, fired, I quit. Hawkeye says, if you don't abide by my will, you will lose the gifts I give you. I mean, that's the point, right? They're gifts. It's not like warlocks where it's a contract. It's a cleric. A cleric is getting that power because a god says, all right, you're working for what in my voice, in you're representing me in this world. Sure, let me give you a little bit of my power so that you can do more of representing me well in this world. Oh wait, you're messing up my image? You're making me look bad? Oh no. I'm sorry. This is now a PR move. I'm going to take that away. Because that's the thing, is like, outsiders will see that this particular individual is acting contrary to the alignment and contrary to the alignment with the god or deity that they're supposed to be aligned with. And I saw what you did there, Coldrake. I saw that. I see that. But you have, yeah, well, sorcerers, but sorcerers are arcane, right? Sorcerers and mages are both arcane casters. They're not divine casters. So how do we get sorcerers? Well, sorcerers come from a wellspring of magic that is tied to magical creatures. And I love this idea because it goes back to the thought in a lot of what you get in a lot of a lot of Irish mythology, that those who have strong magic have a ancestor or are tied to the Tuatha De Danann, the Fae. There is a magical wellspring of, there is a magical creature that crossbred within somewhere, and that's where you're getting your magic. I'm looking at you, divine soul sorcerers, dragon blood sorcerers, all of these things. Grabbing pieces of the raw stuff of the cosmos. I mean, yeah. Hawkeye says, as a cleric or a paladin, you are representing the idea and ideals of your deity. Why would they continue to bless your work if you don't represent them? Exactly. And I think that's where people, I think most people today see alignment very differently, because they view it as, oh, that's an internal choice, that's about me inside. And I'm like, no. It's about, if you think about it in the definition of the term alignment, it's about you being in line with the established ideals of this particular god or deity, or nation state or religion or culture. All of these things are things you can be in alignment with. Oh, Coldrick, are you talking about Oglaf? Oglaf is great. So Jer says, so where do druids and rangers fit in? Where they are technically divine casters but aren't given their power directly through a god. But that's the thing, is I think that comes down to their conception of nature, right? Druids and rangers are at their core supposed to be protectors of nature. And like, if I had a druid player who just straight up like started burning forests, just like full on deforestation for any purpose, I would say that same kind of power, right? Because in that case, it's nature itself is giving you the power. And whether you specifically pray to that god or goddess of nature, again, goes back to our previous, our earlier discussion. I don't believe that you can have an agnostic or atheist D&D setting. It's not possible. Because everybody who's playing in this D&D setting, mechanically, if you're playing Dungeons and Dragons, you know that the divine exists. You may hate it, you may reject it, that you may say, fuck you, I want to just burn all of this shit to the ground, but you know that it exists. So I go back to that, would be saying that the druids and rangers still get their divine power from a god or goddess of nature, but purely in the alignment of them acting in defense of nature. They don't have to be a cleric, but they have to go, yeah, Hawkeye, like a earth goddess kind of cleric, sort of. Yeah. And then, of course, I've built this world so that each of this world conception, like and by world I mean it's a world. There are two major continents. There were two major continents. Coldrake is posting Oglaf. If you don't know what Oglaf is, I give you... Exactly, the Zealot Barbarians have much more to lose and gain in this setting. I have to come back to that, Pope, because I have another thing that would tie into that. So you have these two major continents, and at the point of the game time, 2,000 years ago, was an event called the Sundering, which is a total and utter destruction of the Eastern continent and the interracial empire that existed there, that was mostly based on, which was an interracial empire, and the sundering was caused by um, uh, uh, a full-on war between wizards, and it just, so much magic was expended, it caused a massive cataclysm that destroyed the entire continent. um, and then a portion of the population of this managed to flee across to the other continent, and this is because of this, and this is where I love world building, and I think about things like anthropology and what is something like a common language. Oh, okay, common is lingua franca. So in this setting, all the players can speak common to some level or not, depending on what they choose, but each of those nations now has their own language because it's been 2,000 years, right? So there was a common language based on this empire that did, interracial, interspecies empire that did exist, and there was a massive cataclysmic destruction. Um, then they come to this new world, there are new colonies, they separate out, there's different ways in which these groups are going to develop. The languages are all going to shift. There's going to be developments of new languages. There's going to be developments of different ideologies and slangs. There is not a common language. There is a common language, which would be the lingua franca. Um, exactly, a mixed mostly with a jargon of the merchant class, or and some level of academic, high level academic, which is probably still conducted in that original lingua franca. Um, so you get a lot of just, world building from that. Um, and then all that remains of that eastern continent is a massive archipelago. Exactly, a virtual world of Babel. So you had this, and then it's destroyed. 500 years, and then, so now you've got all of these things going on. This world is different. There's a bunch of different things. I want to go back to Pope's comment about zealot barbarians. So I created. So one of the things when I first started thinking about this world, it was a number of years ago. It was 2016. It was the first, a lot of D&D and TTRPG space was starting to think about the way in which biological essentialism and biological determinism in the player's handbook was treating races in a way that was perpetuating certain harms. And I started thinking about how you got from the invention of a term in Tolkien to 5th edition D&D's understanding of that same term to mean something entirely different. So I was like, okay, let me go back to that same core start and go back to a conception of how, and I'm going to use the term race here because, or I'm going to actually use the term species because I think that's more accurate. I know a lot of people are considering now the term background. I don't think that's the same. I could see ethnic group, but at the same time, you can have members of an ethnic group who are not biologically related. So I'm going to use species because there are species that cannot crossbreed in D&D, and therefore that means that biologically there is some sort of impetus that causes them to be a different genus and full different genus, not even just a different species, or exactly. So I got to thinking about orcs. Yeah, owlins and turtles. Aarakocra and turtles, those are not crossbreeding. Those are two different species. Like, I can have a conception of how those came into being, whether they were evolutionary or that they were interfered with by some mage who created some level of awakened animal and then twisted them into some manner to create a thing that then evolved. That's a separate issue. But those things are not crossbreeding, and I prefer the conception that those are two different species. But going back to that, I started going back to like the original Tolkien and looking at what specifically orcs were in Tolkien. And regardless of how they've been manipulated and changed over the last 50, 60 years, Coldrake, crossbreed and have sex with are not the same thing. A bard may be able to engage in sexual relations with pretty much anyone that wishes to engage with sexual relations with them consensually, but that does not mean that there is a genetic ability for them to produce offspring. Hi Crit, welcome back. Sorry for being distracting. So I went back to orcs and what orcs were invented as in Tolkien. And orcs are, remembering of course that orcs, and eventually Uruk-hai, but orcs, not goblins, but orcs were elves that were captured by Sauron and Morgoth, technically captured by Morgoth, tortured, broken, and like shattered conceptually. So I was like, ooh, this would be a really cool idea. Let me play with this. So I took the conception, and I may have borrowed an idea from a great author, like you do when you're homebrewing, because it's what you do, and said, okay, so orcs in this world were elves. Before the Sundering, there were no such things as orcs. Thank you, Jer. I'll come back to that in a minute. So before the Sundering, there was no such thing as orcs. Orcs were instead a type of elf that was captured by the evil wizards and were tortured and twisted and broken into an entirely new species that could theoretically crossbreed with elves and humans and a couple other beings. But that meant that they have a different connection. And then, further of that, because it's been 2,000 years, and there's been adaptive changes, like the initial change was caused by magic, but now you have adaptive and breeding changes that have caused an evolutionary change in this population. So I was like, now you can see where these orcs are an entirely different species. They have some interesting capabilities, and one of the things that I wanted to give them was all orcs. So this is a fun thing that I freely admit that I kind of things. I want to give them all a racial feat, which is a racial feat of rage. So what I wrote down, now orcs are a separate race with a greater constitution than elves, to account for the fact that, they were basically taken and turned into shock troops in this massive cataclysm of good versus evil wizards. So they were beefed up, like, Sauron did selective bean breeding. I mean, that's how you get Uruk-hai, Coldrake. Sauron's selective bean breeding is Uruk-hai. So you take these elves, you, for lack of a better term, you magically gave them magical roids, twisted the fuck out of them, turned them into all, built up their constitution, built up all of their strength, and I'm giving them a racial feat of rage, which applies to all classes. Rage in orcs can occur outside of their control. In any combat situation, an orc must make a wisdom saving throw at the beginning of the combat to determine if they are overtaken by rage at a DC of 10 the first time. If they choose to use their rage, as in they willingly give into it, at the end of combat, they must make another wisdom saving throw with a DC of 15. So that they all benefit from a barbarian's rage, sort of. It only works as a core barbarian's mitigation of piercing, slashing damage, and it wouldn't affect a wizard's casting ability. But at the same time, all orcs have a racial aversion to wizards because they were basically tortured and manipulated into creating into these new things who remembered being elves, but they are no longer elves, right? They remember having this, but they no longer do. And because of that, they also still retain the elvish resistance against being charmed or sleep magic. But they also have a shorter lifespan and a greater fertility. And so they're like separate, but still different. Yeah, Colddrake versus the Battle Ragers who bite their tongues so blood would trigger their battle rage. Yeah, it's not the same thing. This is psychological versus damage. Which is why, the only other time exactly, Colddrake. The power of my god compels you! Spittle flies and heals target. Like, a raging cleric, wouldn't that be great? Like, full-on cleric in the middle of a rage being like, heal, damn you! My god says heal! Exactly. And it would mean that, and the other fact that this means is that you could be overtaken by the rage, but you can also give into it. And you can also, the other time that you would roll, it would be like a wisdom saving throw at when you take damage, a proportion of damage. If you take more than, I think I had to work on the Mac. Jim! Welcome in. Hi. Welcome to the Nerd Zone, my friend. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're talking about my D&D campaign and all the things that I do. Not quite Klingons, Colddrake, although it is an interesting comparison. They are closer to a group of other things. And I freely acknowledge that I was particularly inspired by a particular thing. But yeah, so, and then I figured that it would be the math of any time you took damage that was more, a third or more, a quarter or more of your total hit points in a single attack, you would have to roll that wisdom saving throw again, or choose to give in. Right? But now picture that zealot barbarian with that level of an orc, like that type of orc zealot barbarian pope. I think that would be a great character. I also what did I write? Oh yes. Here's another thing. Only humans and crossbreed humans can become wizards. Is something that I made up. Part of this. Their blood runs hot and they're always on the tipping point of bubbling over. Yeah, exactly. Um, and it's because they were created as shock troops so that they, you want them to just always be crazed attack animals, and so it's their level of control, but whether they can keep that control. Um, yeah, there's a reason that the genetically linked to the astral plane. But yes, so only humans and crossbraids with humans can become wizards. Exactly. Hawkeye like Hawkeye says I created a Goliath barbarian like that. When he loses a certain percentage of HP, he has to roll to resist against raging. Exactly, same kind of thing. Very similar. Um, uh, and you have, but no, there's no restrictions on warlocks, bards, druids, clerics, paladins, only wizards. And I tie that back to the um, cataclysmic event. Um, but I also tied it to the fact that elves are the longest living race, and so there are still elves alive who were remember the sundering in this cataclysmic event. And because of that, they are, they have opinions about the possibility of it happening again. So, they have also opinions about arcane and deity based powers, yeah. Exactly. Exactly. So, so, um, and I created it so that because they have a lower population and they have a lower intention to breed, and because of the cataclysm, there is only one elven nation that's um, exists, and they've kind of become isolationist and reclusionary because of yeah, we remember all this shit. um, the only other big thing I did is that Dragonborn do not exist on this continent. Whether they exist outside, the Dragonborn don't exist. Um, and goblins are a non-player race. I just don't like having goblins as a player race. I know, I'm weird, I'm old-fashioned, I am horribly restrictive, but I don't like that. I mean, they can have half elves. But yeah, there's a lot of reasons why that might be, and why they could be restricted in that kind of way. But 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 do you have any questions? You know, ask me some questions. Ask me questions. Yeah, Koldrake says gobos are just hard to fit into a party unless it's all chaos characters. Yeah, and this I don't think is a chaos setting. This is not a setting that I am building in a way that would be full chaos. Uh, other doc, Jim, it's more because of the way goblins become people play them as player characters. I have integrated artificers, Pope, but not as more of a, well, okay. So do I have easily accessible the thing with which I can show you a map? No, I don't. Do I have the map easily accessible? That would be too easy. Let me see. Let me see. This is all villages. This is not. This is battle maps. These are battle maps. That's the calendar. You know me. I like to do really complex world building and then create things. Okay. No, I don't. Do I have it over here? No. All right. I do not have the map at hand, but but I don't. This is a much more limited time setting. So 2,000 years. All right. I should talk about the world. Let's talk about the world. Okay, so we talked about the fact that there's this sundering event that's destroyed. There's 2,000 years of development, but not really. And 500 years ago, before the start of game time, the major dwarven kingdom of Zalapva made an alliance with the major human kingdom of Visava, forming the Empire of Varum. This was a joining of the best infantry of the elves and the cavalry of the humans. So you took those two things together and you created an empire that basically becomes the northern portion of this western continent. Magic is uncommon, and wizards, which again are racially tied to either humans or crossbreed, someone who has a racial tie to humans. And wizards must be taught by older wizards, and take oaths of that they're not going to fuck the world up. And it's uncommon, but it's not banned in the continent. But there are two human nations where divine magic is where only divine magic is permitted. So there are two nations where only you can't have any arcane magic. It's only divine magic. And oh look, you want to know who else is arcane? Warlocks, sorcerers, bards. But we're gonna go back a little bit. So all right. Let me go back. we'll get back to the art for in a second. Hawkeye, I've created a pantheon. It's based on 7 divine beings, 3 goddesses, 3 gods, and death, which is a genderless conception because everybody goes to death at one point. That kind of cover all of the major uh, uh, portions of what divine clerics are supposed to be. Types of clerics. Word is not coming. Yeah, other Doc enjoys putting goblins in finery and powdered wigs so that take it. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's not what this is. This is more. This is a slightly lower magic setting, less Renaissance and more 14th, early 15th century, pre true Renaissance. Supporting of civilized orcs, a paladin goblin. I mean, yeah, but not right in the setting. Yeah, more Hundred Years' War. Earlier Hundred Years' War is kind of where we're setting, but it's much more a vast. And if you kind of look at our own world and how it changed across across the globe in the 14th, early 15th century, the transition from, oh, I'm gonna mess it up. There's a dynastic transition in the Yuan dynasty in China. There's the rise of the shoguns in it's not the unification of the shogunate, but it's the beginning of the rise of the unification of the shogunate in Japan. You have a lot of Genghis Khan is beginning and will eventually become a major conquering force. You have the transition of a large number of the beginning of the Ottoman Empire. You have a lot of these massive changes that are all kind of occurring at that same point of time that's also happening. So yeah, that's about where we are, the 14th, late 13th, early 14th centuries. Yeah, Kolchak is right. There's a lot of fantasy that tends to blur, very blurry visions, and a very apocryphal blurry visions of particularly English and German Dark Ages, Middle Age, Renaissance. And then when you get to later Renaissance, they start taking a lot of particularly Italian Renaissance, Venetian particularly, because everybody wants to look at like Carnival and all of the masks and everything that come out of Venice during the Renaissance. Which is sad because there's some really great things that are going on in the rest of the world at the same time. But yeah, this setting is much more, things were like, there was a massive empire. It had grown. There was a massive cataclysmic event. The survivors were make their way to a new continent across an ocean. For a long period of time, it is purely about survival and attempting to get things to work. Magic isn't working the same way. There's a lot of negative treatments of people who are magically embased. There's a lot of cultural stigmas that are tied to academics because of this. Academics were the ones who really caused this war. At the core, this is an event. The Sundering was an event that was a massive destructive event caused by evil wizards and good wizards fighting. And everybody else is stuck in between. You have an entirely new species that's coming out of this that has to learn to adapt and evolve and figure out who they are and what they are versus what they were. So I'm looking very much at a post Dark Ages Greece. And this is an important thing for me to point out, that it's very, when we say Dark Ages of Greece, we mean between the Bronze Age, which would be about 1250, and the ending with the Trojan War, and 700-ish in Greece. That kind of develops from there. There's a long period of time where there's no writing. There is no, like, you had a population that was very literate, very cultured, had very complex legal and contractual obligations, large scale cities, and all of a sudden they go away. And it's not until the about 700, 650 that the Greeks start interacting with the Phoenicians and pick up the Phoenician alphabet to start writing their language in the Phoenician alphabet, because they have for some reason lost the ability to write, to be literate. There had to have been a major cataclysmic event of some sort, but there isn't any destruction. We don't have any evidence of a major invasion. There isn't, like, if you go to Mycenae, there isn't, like, burn marks on the walls. There isn't massive destruction that would showcase a destructive, like the whole city was sacked. So, this is me as an academic, my theory, and this is theory, but it's based on a lot of a theory that people go grab food. A theory that a lot of people also agree with, that there is a likelihood that it was a type of plague of some sort, because how else are you going to get rid of your entire literate class? You need something that have been totally destructive to get rid of an entire literate class. So we're going to take that same kind of concept forward, except it's going to be a longer period of time, because you're going to have a slower development of technology. Because for a long period of time, these people were reliant on magic, right? In this ancient empire that existed pre-Sundering, magic and arcane magic was the norm. It was a vastly different setting. And now you're coming to this new world, and okay, so we still have a bunch of these people who are magically inclined, who have been trained and do know magic, and they're wizards, but do we trust them because they just came out of this war and they utterly destroyed us? Is it safe? Or we believe it? Okay, let's see. All of that's kind of building in the background. So, but divine magic is all tied to the gods, and the gods will be like, in this setting, in the way I'm building this world, if you don't follow our rules, we'll take it away from you. So divine magic is more trusted, right? Because they have a level of oversight. There is somebody that's looking at that cleric going, ooh, no, you did not need to cast blight on this entire village at all. Not a good thing. So you can stop having any magic at all, because I am your god and I can take it away from you. You know? So this world, and in this world I tried to build truly ethnically. Coldrake, the Greek, the conception that the gods were petty is a much more Greek slightly conception, but even then it's an interpretation and adaptation that we get as outsiders viewing these stories, because we have a different ethnic viewpoint of a lot of this stuff. But this setting I'm building is very much a multi-ethnic, multicultural understanding of these things. And, I acknowledge that I am Irish and Italian and white. I am not black. I am not Hispanic. I am not Asian. I can take a lot of these influences and have them show up in my worlds and use them because my world can be multinational, multi-ethnic, multi-generational, and not have them be characters or character stereotypes or anything like that, because these are nation states. And I've got a bunch of them, actually. How many nation states do I have? I should look at that. Okay. What have we got? We have the Empire of Arum. We have the Kingdom of Novigur. The Kingdom of Tenerique. The Kingdom of Walaba. The Duchy of Cortel. The Island of Sekeli, excuse me. The Duchy of Saling. And then you have the territory of the orcs, the Tarkan orcs, the Durakan orcs, the Utakan orcs, and the Oktan orcs. So, like, 9... a bunch of different worlds and things that end up interacting. And none of these... each of these nations has something different. So I'm going to post something. They're a different nation and territory and faction, and they have different desires and goals, and they have different beliefs. Well, they all share a pantheon, so they have a similar god belief system, but there are other beliefs that they all have different. They have different languages and cultures, because Common was the lingua franca of the old empire in the eastern continent before it was destroyed in the Sundering. Multiple orc clans, nations, or multiple clans, and they all started as the similar kind of orcs in this, the same way I built these orcs as a racial manipulation and tortured group of former elves, and they all have a similar language. They share and cultural practices, but they are differently evolved enough with different interactions that they're slightly different ideologies. And so yeah. I am out of water, which is a problem. I mean, technically they're all Western orcs, it's just how far west you go. But, like, it's the differences between the Dakota Sioux and the Lakota Sioux. I mean, there's the similarities of language and cultural practices, but they're still different. And they're different tribes and clans. And I'm going to use that in an anthropology sense and not in a different understanding of the term. But I am out of water. I need more water. So what I'm going to do is add a pole. And I'm going to set this pole up. Oh, no, I'm here still. Hit the wrong button. Set this pole up to run while I take a brief break, like 5 minutes. And I'm going to post poll, add source. Okay, and go into this and create a new poll, and say which nation should we talk about first? And then we have, let's say, Varun. Let's say Tariq. Let's add Saling. Let's add one more. We can get away with one more. So what do we want? One of the orc territories, or yeah, let's add Tark. Yeah, the Tarkin orcs. Okay. And what we will do is I will run that poll while I am on break, and then when we come back, we know where we're gonna go, or we'll figure it out from there. But well, it's live now. You can start voting. And I'll be back in a little bit, everybody. Bye. Hello everyone, we is back. Hope you are refreshed, you stretched, you got something to drink, all of that good stuff. I can't figure out why the display is such that it only shows 3 of the 4 options, and like even if I try and make it bigger, it doesn't show the 4th option. Even though one person voted for it, but it doesn't show it on the screen? I don't understand. But thank you all for engaging with this vote. Let's close the poll. The poll is now closed. You can no longer vote. Let us complete the poll. Yay, the poll is completed. Tenerique was the most voted with 40% of the votes. So let's talk about Tenerique. You have retrieved chai and a ham sandwich. That is a good combination, Pope. I support chai and a ham sandwich. So, we're going to talk about Tenerique. Let me get my book. I has a book. It is a Bible. It is a book. It is a very good book. Yes, indeedy. Alright, don't pull on that. Okay, so locations. Let's talk about Tenerique. What do we want to talk about? What do we want to talk about Tenerique? What do the people at home, what burning question do you have about Tenerique? Give me a question. Festivals. There are a number. Usually seasonal. Tenerique is mostly why is this not working? A desert nation. But there are with a full trade route that runs through it. It is centrally located. It has a number of different it's a major trade hub. It's further south than the Empire of Varum. It is has a small northern border mountain range, very small one that separates it from its northern neighbor. Most of the festivals are tied to certain astrological events, but there are caravan festivals that occur. Most religious festivals are common the continent over because, again, they all have a same religious base. So religious festivals are all going to be the same. The Tenerique is one of the most racially diverse outside of the Empire of Varum nations. There is a small dwarf city-state in that small mountain range that is the northern border. You have a number of towns where there's integration between humans and other humanoids. A couple elves, but mostly keep to themselves. Most elves kind of keep to themselves in their own city-state, but there are a few that live in Tenerique. Tenerique is one of the few kingdoms where orcs travel and live openly without prejudice outside of the orc territories. So you have a bunch of orcs. You have pretty much all of the other major races you would see, halflings. But there isn't a major halfling enclave in Tenerique. It's just intrade connections. Major economic resources. Tenerife is famous for the export of high quality oils and glass. They are the major glass manufacturers. Um, they have artisan glass blowers. Uh, a small piece of Tenerife glass can fetch anywhere from 25 to 500 gold pieces. Um, and It is a bastion of artists because of that. A lot of artisans come to Tenerife. Um, it's you have, but you also have a large number of oils, both culinary and essential, that are a desirous export. What makes it either desirable or hated by individuals and states? That's a really broad question, Crit, right? Um, they're very open. They're a major trade hub, north south between the Empire of Varum to the north and Novigrad to the north. And then further south, you have the other major countries, the duchies of Saling and Cortel, other things. There is some optical glass, but not what we would consider for laser optics, more for things like spyglasses and telescopes. Um, some decorative. They also are export a bunch of glass that they've started developing for Novigrad and the Empire of Varum into for production of things like greenhouses and like glass construction. But their artistic glass is one of their most noteworthy and prized exports. What do we have? Yep, there's a lot of high quality sand in their deserts. Lots of it. There is a major trade, like the capital of Tenerife is Tenerife City, which is also on is one of the major trade routes north south and slightly east west. Military tradition. They have one. Service is respected but not mandatory. They don't. They have a virtual various regional armies, which are all not regional, but like regional. They don't have a permanent standing army. There are permanent officers corps, but most of it's muster as necessary. Um, you the leader of Tenerife is Shah Nusser ibn Salih, 40-year-old human male who was selected by the priests to become the ruler after the death of his father 5 years ago. Each ruler is selected by the priests on a vision quest after the death of the previous ruler from the children of the previous ruler who are of age. Nusser was one of 15 total siblings, 8 girls and 7 boys. He has 3 children of his own. He is totally dedicated to his people and has a positive relationship with his wife and most of his siblings. Militia, there is some, but each of the smaller territories and land holdings outside the capital are under the direction of like permanent officers are trained and then sent out to various areas and around the country to be there as necessary. Like give a periodic training as in the militia and if necessary for a muster, but Tenerife is wealthy enough and has positive relations almost all of its neighbors that haven't seen it necessary to have a standing army for a number of generations. Mm-hmm. 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 Nope. Preferred forms of transport. So, fun facts. I actually built this in. Teleportation circles exist between the 3 major cities in the Empire of Varum and 2 major dwarf cities that are tied to the Empire. And then other major dwarf settlements also have permanent teleportations. But they're not everybody, the dwarves don't share that information, right? So most of these transports are either by wagon and horse, well, across the deserts, or wind sails across the deserts. In Tenerique itself, that is a very good question, Hawkeye. Hawkeye asks, any specific deity revered more than any other, famous temples, etc.? No. Almost universally across the continent, although there are a couple exceptions of nations, we'll come to those exceptions. All of the gods are kind of respected equally, and there are shrines and or temples to each of the gods in each of the in each settlement. There's Timandra, who's the goddess of seas, tempest, seas, rivers, and moon. Ashira, who's goddess of life, fertility, love, and agriculture. Fasti Tetu, who is the goddess of nature, earth, stone, and the forge. There's Praxelaus, who is the god of war, vengeance, and justice. Zephon, who is the god of trickery, arts, and magic. And Velth the Preeni, who is the god of knowledge, magic, and prophecy. And then there's Vestru, who is the deity of death. All of the 6 gods, except for Vestru, usually all have their own. A single temple would have shrines to each of the gods in the temple equally. But individual settlements may honor one particular god more than another, or a particular aspect at a certain time or season. Vestru usually has their own temple, also tied to whichever form of funerary practice that particular nation practices, whether it's cremation or burial. So, other doc, do you mean for Tenerique itself? Tenerique is mostly desert, is what we call high desert, and North African, right? A number of tidal plains that are close that provide agricultural support, but they have a vast number of open sand deserts and rocky cliff areas that kind of extend across. And there's a northern mountain range just around the northern edge of the country that acts as a territorial border with its closest neighbor, which is Walaba. And or northern neighbor, which is Walaba, yeah, because it's Walaba, Tenerique, and then well, it's Norviger, well, let me try something. Let me try a thing, because I have a problem. Let me entertain you. Let me make you cry. Maybe some new stuff. Old stuff. Let me try a thing. Let me attempt to make a thing. Cool. Cool, let's just go with this. All right. Why is that not working? Incarnate, work. Why are you no work? Okay. Well, Incarnate doesn't want to work right now, so let's try it with roll 20. Let's see if I can do this in roll 20, and we are going to remember that I have, okay. I have, interesting skills in roll 20, right? We all know that my map making skills are not horrible. That is my answer. My map making skills are not horrible. So let's change to this. Let's do that. Let's go here. Okay. So this is a map. This will be a map. Cool. So let's do this and do that so that you can see the map that will be here. Cool. Cool. So let's freehand a border. Let's freehand the way this looks. So this is, nope, that's horrible. That goes away. Let me do this. Okay, that kind of works. Hey Mac, welcome in. And then over here, this is kind of general. Do not take this to scale. This is really bad. All right, so you have this map that I'm drawing, right? Here we go. That's the way the coastline of the entire continent looks. If we say that Tenerique is, let's go with sand. Tenerique is here. About here. They have a, oh, no, hold. No, that one. Tenerique is about here. And it does have a coast, but it mostly runs like this. It's one of the major nations here. Okay. So, Mac asks, general question. How do you handle campaign building in regards to in-depth preparation versus being spontaneous? Still building my Witcher campaign, and I think that I'm overdoing it a bit. Designing NPCs with background stories and detailed dialogues, what if scenarios, plans, and etc. Okay. So Mac, for me, I am a GM where my world is always in motion. My players may choose or not to engage with something, but my NPCs versus but be they villains or just normal NPCs, all have their own goals and motivations. And general background, right? And their actions, like the players can affect the actions of those NPCs, but at the same time, the player's lack of action can just mean that those NPCs are continuing to work on their goals and motivations in a way that will eventually possibly further interact with the players and cause them issues. So for, like, when I run Reacher, there are a number of villains that are doing things that are happening in the background. We have not seen the Wild Hunt at all in season 3. Haven't talked about them. We haven't seen anybody from this possible mage conspiracy in season 3. But those characters are still moving and doing things, right? They're still acting on their motivations and goals. So what I do is I don't write detailed dialogues. I don't talk about what if, well, kind of sometimes have what if scenarios, but it's more of a, if I get this goal, then I will do X. If I don't get this goal, then I will try to get to that goal. But I keep in mind the goal and motivation of each of the NPCs, and like I have a very, so if you've ever been to watched one of my games live, you know that we have the NPC docs that I share with my players. These are only the NPCs that the players have met and interacted with, and all of the notes are the notes that about the NPCs that the players know. I have a different version of that same document that is all of those same NPCs and what their goals, motivations, and steps are, and if they're doing things in the background, how that's working. I occasionally will just be like, hey, I'm going to roll like 16 different things, and my players freak out when I'm rolling a bunch of things because they think it's going to happen to them right away, and it might not be currently in the same place that they are. Hi, Pope. Pope is in chat. He's one of my players for my Mechtum game. Sorry about that. But haha, I see you. But when you build the world, you're building a sandbox that I think of it as you're building an environment that the players and the NPCs are all going to be moving in, and they will all be affecting that environment. So don't make it too, I as a GM say, and now there are different GMs who have different opinions and have different setups, but don't box yourself in. Don't force yourself to do by limiting what you're going to do. And remember that you're I think it's a very famous quote, usually applied to military campaigns. No tactical idea or plan survives contact with the enemy. No pre-planned campaign survives contact with your players. I don't care if it's a pre-written adventure. I don't care if it's the Curse of Strahd whole freaking campaign. Players are going to change shit up. And go with it. And be willing to let that happen. Exactly. The NPC doc is a great way to do it. And for me, it's really easy because once the players meet a character or start talking to a character, it's like, oh, well, this is who you've met. This is what's going on. I'm going to move them over here to your document. And these are general bullet points. And if you have more detail in your own individual notes, then that's fine. But these are general pieces of information about who this NPC is. Exactly. For me as a GM, and I very much am, at my core, a world build heavy, low prep GM who is an improv GM. If I know what my goals and motivations for my NPCs are, then I know how they're going to interact with players. I know what they're doing in the background. I know what's going on about certain characters who may or may not possibly be on the same planet as what players do. And it means that when my players decide, hey, I'm going to call an orbital strike on myself, I'm like, okay, let's go with it. Let's do it. it gives me more freedom to interact and say yes to my players. I don't. If I stop a player from doing something, it's because it physically wouldn't be possible. And I usually give them another alternative. It's like, okay, I see what you want to do. Let's try doing it a different way. A game at a table is always going to be a dialogue, right? And communication goes two ways in those dialogue. And one of the things a lot of people, particularly GMs and GMs that are beginner GMs, and I'm using that in a very generic kind of terminology here, will do is they'll get themselves bogged down in the minutia. Oh, great, you know exactly who that was. They'll get themselves bogged down in the minutia and be like, I've got all of this planned. This is exactly what it's going to be. I need to have this set up exactly perfect for my players, and everything is perfect. And they forget that they're also a player at the table, right? Hey, Seven, welcome in. Chatting about games, chatting about worlds. But they forget that they are also a player at the table, right? And they are really how this goes. 7 for 1 says, I find it useful to go through my notes after each session and figure out if any actions in the session will affect things locally or abroad, who might be interested in what happened, intel brokers, allies, enemies of the NPCs or NPCs they interact with, etc., and make changes to the world data as applicable. But I do the same kind of thing, 7, but I kind of do it sometimes live and go through. And Jim's other deck says, yeah, I usually do something similar. Build a bunch of stuff up front and then improv in whatever direction the players go. Though admittedly the stuff I build ahead of time is basically a level of cardboard cutouts. Exactly. For me, like, for example, with the campaign that I'm building, this D&D campaign that we're looking at my very stylish drawing here. It's stylish. Appreciate it. It's a very, like, quasi-desert. Look, this is the desert. I am not Devin. I appreciate you, though, Devin. You're good peoples. Have fun. Enjoy your trip to Tokyo. Enjoy your day. It is minimalist. It's very minimalist, Jim. But I'll build the setting and I'll build the world. Like, this is an entire continent. And that was what I was trying to explain to Jim, is like, this is an entire continent. We have, let's get some nice dark mountain ranges. No, that's going to be horrible. That's just going to go away. That's going away. There's a mountain range here. That's like this northern border. That's most of this northern border. Which means that there's water and runoff in rivers that run into Tenerife and go towards the water, goes towards the ocean. It's what happens, people. There's another major river this way, and there's one that comes this way, and then there's a big river that runs to the sea this way. There's a, hold please, a massive mountain range here, which is the border of the Emperor of Vroom, and there's another mountain range that runs north-south around Novigrad and kind of connects this way. Yeah, real geology that makes sense, Heresy. I try. So the most notable legends of Tenerife are there is a story about the woman who the Lady of Glass. Look, I don't make fantasy maps. I make anthropological renderings. I make classical archaeology renderings. There's the Woman of Glass, who is supposedly the individual who first taught the people of Tenerique to make blue glass. And the story changes depending on what village you're in. She has been told to be a beautiful olive, dark tan skinned woman with long dark hair, and who was human. She's been labeled elf. There's been times she's been described as pale white, as actual the color of paper, with long golden hair, possibly an Aasimar. The different villages have different desperations, but they all agree that she came to Tenerique because she loved hearing the sound of the waterfall into the oasis that would form the capital of Tenerique. And she thought the color blue from this water was so vibrant she wanted to save it forever. And she saw the people of Tenerique making glass to protect their waters and oils and carry it far away from these few rivers and oases that existed. And she saw this and took these two beautiful stones that kind of formed around the city and ground them and mixed them with the sand to make glass. And then she showed others how to make the blue glass at Tenerique. She then disappeared into the wastes and no one ever saw her again. Although they say that if you leave a bottle of blue glass that is shattered outside your door, she might come and fix it for you. There's also a number of Vision Quest stories, because the Shah of Tenerique is patrilineal inheritance. Well, no, it's not patrilineal inheritance. It's parental inheritance. It's a parent line inheritance, either male or female, it doesn't matter. But it is a vision quest of the priests who will choose the ruler not based on gender or birth order, but based on whoever the gods believe is best for the kingdom. Which is why a lot of people believe that the rulers of Tenerique are truly divinely blessed. And it is, and if they act against the will of the gods, then they lose the mandate of heaven and would be utterly destroyed. 7 for 1 asks political, military, religious, social, and if they differ by social layer, thoughts on magic. Okay. In Tenerique or worldwide? Because, yeah. Why do we have this thing legends? Why do we have these thing legends are a big thing here? Because, so, remember I said this is the new continent, and then there's the only thing left of this eastern continent is this archipelago caused by an event 2,000 years ago called the Sundering, where a magical war between wizards utterly destroyed the multiracial empire that existed. So 7, we've been talking about that a lot. I will happily share some of my forethoughts. Number 1, in this game setting, in this campaign setting, and where every time I do this, note, hey Faye, there are no agnostic and no atheists in this world. You can have people who hate the gods, who say, fuck them, I don't care, who are not practicing. But because divine magic exists, everybody knows the gods exists. They know they come from, the magic comes from them. But you cannot deny their existence. You can be pissed about it, but you cannot deny it. A lot of different countries have different opinions on arcane magic. Tenerife is really open. It's a major trade port and trade route because of their development of glass is a major one. Um, oh, there are, but those flat earthers at the same time, Seven, they're not gonna, there's no way they can be clerics or paladins in this world. Divine casters of any sort. Because you can't be a divine caster and somehow still ignore the fact that your powers are coming from the divine. That have never made a sense to me, and it's not going to happen. In this world in particular, everybody knows that it exists. Different countries have different perspectives on arcane magic. Wizards, Jim says, I just remembering how in Discworld they say you don't spend energy believing in something you know is there because it could hit you with a lightning bolt at any moment if you take them off. You don't believe, you just know. Exactly. Like, you don't have to believe in the gods, they're just there. Yeah, Seven, more Dragonlance post-Cataclysm plea return. It's like, it exists. The divine magic is gonna happen that way. Arcane magic, I decided intentionally to do this. Only humans and human crossbreeds, half-elves, half-orcs, anything that would crossbreed with human, can become wizards. Not warlocks, bards, and sorcerers are still open-ended. Sorcerers I treat as you have some sort of magical creature in your lineage at some point, because it's just random occurrence of magic that didn't exist otherwise. Bards and warlocks are making deals with unnatural beings to get powers. Bards are what they are. Dragonborn have not been seen, but dragons haven't been seen since the Sundering either, because what really caused this cataclysmic volcanic eruption that also caused a major tidal wave and, cracking of a literal continent, super volcano, is in this war between wizards, good wizards and evil wizards. They forced dragons to serve them, and then there was a whole lot of dragon carnage and annihilation. No one has seen a dragon on the new continent since the arrival in 2,000 years ago, and no one has ever seen a dragonborn. There is rumor and theory that what texts survived the ancient empire, that there were dragonborn at some point, but nobody's seen them since. The planar tide, the Aasimar and the Tieflings and such, they are also human descended, because they can just randomly, even in regular D&D canon, they can just randomly develop their genetic mutation that can just randomly develop out of any human development. Faye asks, Rangers get the magic from the same source as Druids. Yeah, but at the same point, Rangers and Druids are divine casters, so they are, nature is their god. And I mentioned this earlier, and now I'm going to repeat myself for people who weren't here. Hi, welcome back. And so if you were here, you can, I'll say it again. I'm also going to play with alignment in this game, and specifically about the concept of the definition of alignment in a linguistical sense, not what we ascribe it to be or whatever, but alignment, if you think about what the word itself in English means, it means that you are in line with a particular idea or belief system. And so if you're a paladin or a cleric or a druid or any other divine caster or something like that, and you act against the supposed ideals and beliefs of the god that you are supposed to be representing, I'm betting that god's going to have a negative outcome and probably say, nah, I don't want you to be representing me because your actions or behavior are not what I believe in. So you can actually lose your connections to the divine in this world. And there are countries in this new continent, new being since the destruction of the old, that, for example, the Duchy of Saling completely forbids arcane magic. You will be arrested and either exiled or executed, depending on what you did, if you practice arcane magic inside the borders of the Duchy of Saling. Saling is also a total theocracy. Oh wait, I should read you about Saling, shouldn't I? We've been talking about Tenerique. I should read to you about Saling, the Duchy of Saling, which shares a border with Tenerique. I also changed up orcs, and I did some very interesting things with orcs. People seem to have an interesting idea and like the orcs. But let's talk about Saling. The Duchy of Saling, which is a little town, little place. I need another color. Let's go with this for the Duchy of Saling, which is over here. And shares a border with Tenerique, but it's a smaller nation and it has some issues. Well, it has things. Okay, so Divine Soul Sorcerer could exist, right? A Divine Soul Sorcerer is at their core a celestial inherited, like, sorcerers, all like divine souls, dragon soul sorcerers. All of these are, like, you would say a divine soul sorcerer inherited its connection to arcane magic from a celestial being and having that interaction. Would be the way it works. Like, going back to Irish mythology and the concept that magic of certain gifted people with magic get their magic from humans crossbreeding with the Tuatha De Danann. And or you know what are generally called the Fae or the She or the Unshi. And because it is of that crossbreeding that it leads to the magic being within the blood and therefore tied back to it. Sorcerers are just a kickback to that particular genetic inheritor of whichever type. But the Duchy of Saling. Yeah, practical magic, exactly. The Duchy of Saling. So arcane magic is... oh, yes, you won't get arrested in Saling. You get arrested in Cortel. Yeah, you get arrested in Cortel. So arcane magic in is severely limited in Saling. Divine and nature magics are embraced and seen as gifts from the gods. There is a fear of arcane casters. Any arcane casters, looking at you, wizards, warlocks, bards. Due to the history of the Sundering. It is illegal to practice arcane magics without government permission, and that is extremely rare. Silverhand. Nauda Silverhand is the king of the Tuatha De Danann for a period of time. And then he loses it because of conceptions. Yeah, Celtic mythology is great. So the Duchy of Saling is ruled by the great lady Somchai Jongpong of Saling, is an older human woman who was a priestess in her youth, who had a great vision that led her to being the head of a religious revolution, and now leads a great theocracy in Saling. She has no partner or children of her own, but she has created an order of priestesses who she raises to serve the state and the gods, mostly taken from orphans, although some of the upper classes will send their daughters to the temples in hopes of more power. Although the Great Lady broke off with relations with outside nations and limits the trade, the people live in relative peace and prosperity. There are minor relations between Saling and the Tarkan orcs, where Saling trades grain to the Tarkans in exchange for protection from things in the forest area to the west, which is full of various monsters. So Saling is a theocracy created by a woman who had a vision and was like, no, we're going to have a religious revolution. It'll be great. Yeah, but here, yes, Seven, they do, because magic, fun fact, it's not hard to tell in Dungeons and Dragons. Although it is fun, really, really fun that in Dungeons and Dragons, the actual setup in the system, Arcane and Divine have different spells. They have different actions to go with those spells. They have different types of casters. And the magic itself in the world, if we're going to talk about the way the magic itself works in the lore, not just mechanically, feels different in the world. There is a flavor, a taste, a feeling in the world that people can delineate the difference between an arcane magic and a divine magic. And even if you are not magically trained yourself and you're a normal peasant, you will have seen divine magic or felt it during certain religious festivals, because, you know, low-level priests might be a level 1 or level 2 cleric in a village. You know, casting things like ceremony, or, you know, burying during burials of the dead, or treatment for, you know, various other things. All of these are going to be ways in which people can delineate between divine and arcane. I would invert that, Coldrake. Arcane magic glows and divine magic, or divine magic glows and arcane magic sparkles. Maybe. And dark magic can feel oily, or like sulfur on your tongue, or a number of other things that would be harmful. Exactly. Interesting that Counterspell is primarily the arcane outside the hands of paladins. And if you look at it, so like if we look, let's look at this, right? So let me go to one of my characters. Let's look at Jim. That's plot relevant. Shh. It's a campaign that will happen. We might get there. Sistana, let's go with Sistana, right? She is yes, okay. She is a female dark elf cleric, grave cleric. I'll come back to that, Coldrake in a second. So if, like, we're talking about clerics, and we're talking about, let's talk about spells. We can look at managed spells, right? Known spells. You cannot learn Counterspell. You can, let's go to game rules, spells. Let's look at classes. Clerics. Let's go by name. Alright. You cannot learn Counterspell. It's not something you can take. But can, paladins? I don't think paladin... Can paladins take Counterspell? Filter... Yeah. They cannot take Counterspell either. They can take Command and Compel. Oh, Oath of Redemption. Okay, then that's a specific... It's not on the general Paladin spell list. It's specifically on the... Paladins. Here we go. Sacred Oaths. Okay, I don't have the full thing, so I don't have Oath of Redemption at hand. Yeah. Oath of Devotion. Yeah, they get individual spell lists. Yeah. It would be on the Oath Path or something. So Coldrick said, so the dynamic is in place so some other duchy could buy off the grain giver's protection, causing border trouble. I mean, maybe. There's a lot of things that exist. Politics are complicated. The Tarkin, like, the orcs themselves are... Come here. Change color. Let's go. I like purple for my orcs. So the orcs themselves kind of range in this whole area here, kind of divided into 4 territories. And so they kind of range this whole area here with the 4 territories there. So, you know, there's a lot of politics involved. They could possibly be doing something. And then there's like the there's the Duchy of Cortel, which is, let's go with, I like this orange. We're going to put this orange for the Duchy of Cortel, which is here. Right? Yeah. So, the Duchy of Cortel is, a military-led country that practices primogeniture, currently led by Lord Iago Zanetti Hamamura. Lord Iago served in the military as was expected of a member of the royal family. Upon the death of his father, he assumed the rule of the royal of Cortel. Here, the military is the highest social rank. It was originally founded by an entire battalion that had acted as bodyguards of the final fleeing survivors of the Sundering. And so the military became like the highest rank because of that. And service is expected of all able-bodied citizens. The current ruler is unmarried and has no acknowledged children. Cortel has no trade relations with the Empire and very few trade relations with other nations. It's not 100% isolationist, but very limited contact with other nations. Yeah, so I guess that Oath of that sometimes things have been coming out of like the D&D bonding with Magic the Gathering settings that are kind of okay, in my opinion, that I wouldn't keep in the game. Oh, it is in the Duchy of Cortel that all arcane magic is banned. Only divine or nature magics are permitted, and they are severely limited to those who serve the government or various temples. Those caught practicing arcane magic are arrested immediately and subject to trial. The guard of any large town has a pack of certain animals to hunt magic users, and they are regularly loosed in the capital during night. So, you know, they really don't like arcane casters. I wouldn't go there if I were you. If you were an arcane caster, I would recommend not going to Cortel. Just, you know, a thought. Alchemy would be considered arcane, because alchemy is an arcane path in D&D. Herbalism might be nature magic if they're druids, if you're like coloring flavoring your druid as a herbalism. Yeah, counterspell. Lore bards can get counterspell. Lore bards break the game with counterspell. I may have been a lore bard that seriously had a perfect moment with counterspell, but it is an arcane. Bards are an arcane. I counterspelled Soth's level 9 disintegrate. Fuck him. It was great. Pope wasn't there, but he was there. It was a great moment. Yeah, if you have let me see about a thing for a second. Let me see about a thing for a second. If I can find it easily, I will do it. Let's see if I can find it easily. Thank you, friends, for attempting to make... Where'd it go? Why no find? Oh, here go. Alright. So I'm going to share with you a thing. I'm going to share with all of you a thing. This is... Oh, Pope found it. The Black Roses bloom. Pope found it first. There you go, Pope. I was looking for it, but you found it first. And in... What is it? It's... close to the end. It's is it? I think, no, it's episode... It's episode 35. I want to say. The Wanderers. Or... No. No. I think it's later. I think it's 37. Yeah, you were there and nowhere at the same time because time was complicated for you, and I don't remember. It's at the end. It's one of the last couple episodes, and my lore bard, my Vistani lore bard, the Knight of Solamnia was like, yeah, I'm gonna 1v1 Soth, and all of these people are gonna get away and escape and be safe, and it'll be great. And I'm going to have my revenge battle against Soth. And I was like, all right. And they are like, and everyone's like, don't interfere. I'm like, I promise not to interfere. Look, I'm a bard. Hashtag bards cheat. And I didn't interfere. I watched. And I watched. And then I kept moving closer. And I kept moving closer. And I was like, oh, your sword battle is about to get fucked because Soth is about to shoot you with a disintegrate. I cast Counterspell. And I had to roll for it too. And the dope-ass thing about lore bards and Counterspell, remember how I said Counterspell is broken with lore bards? Lore bards, when they get Counterspell, you can use it's your full casting. So you get your charisma bonus. You get your spell cast. It's your full thing with spell casting to the Counterspell roll. I rolled a 28. There was no way. I needed a 19 and I rolled a 28. I'm like, at me, Soth. Come at me. It was great. Hi, I like D&D. I like playing games with my friends. And then Pope was a very interesting dwarf in that campaign. A very interesting dwarf. But, where were we? It was a great campaign. Don is a brilliant, storyteller and a fabulous GM, and it was a pleasure to get to guest on that campaign. It ran a year. There are 42 episodes total. Yeah. It was beautiful. Also, some very, it was dark in the best ways. It was a brilliant coming together and brilliant moment of a thing that just will probably never be related or never be, repeated. It was a brilliant interaction of fabulous storytellers, great dice where the mechanics facilitated the dice, and a very meta side thing, because I was, one of the people just watching the game. And eventually I ended up getting to guest on the game. And one of the things that happened with that is I had started, doing a bunch of filks. Yes, I am that nerdy. I have written filks. It's a thing. It's fine. About events in the game. And so what would usually end up happening is the sessions were Wednesday night, and Thursday I would be at work, and I'd have a brief break, and I would have a brilliant idea for a filk that came from the night before session, and I would write it. I wrote character songs for every one of the PCs that played. I wrote a bunch of other events, songs about events that happened in the game. And the joke that started was I was living in Atlanta, and Don was driving through and there was fog, and Don made a joke that there was a joke that ended up happening on Twitter, and Don and I are going back and forth on Twitter, on a Twitter chat, or on Twitter posts about, you know, the whole, like, the chaos that is driving in Atlanta, moving in Atlanta, and the fog. And I was like, okay, so basically everyone who lives in Atlanta are Vistani, and they just move through the fog. Which led to a kind of meta understanding that the character that I ended up bringing into the campaign, who was a Vistani lore bard, is also a Vistani seer, and saw, as a seer, the events of the game as they were occurring, and wrote songs that acted as for, like, bardic inspiration based on the things that she saw. So the songs that I was writing out of the game were real in the game world, because the Vistani bard that I was playing was also writing those same songs because she saw the game as it was occurring, and then ended up using a ring of wishes to free a minotaur from feeble mind, and save the entire Vistani from being cursed as a supporters of Soth and tools thereof. I also got to subway surf a wagon. It was cool. I see what you did there, Coldrake. I see that. I sees you. I know what you're doing. But that was a brilliant, brilliant game, and it was a beautiful story told the right way. If you ever get a chance, just watch Don either play or tell a story, or anyone in that cast, really. Kiana, Greg, Billy. I'm lucky I get to play with Billy once a week. So much fun. It was a great, 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 great thing to do. Allison. Exactly. It was really beautiful. I enjoyed participating in every minute. But yeah, if you get to experience any of them as players or GMs, take it. They are masterclass storytellers. I am happy that I have always had the opportunity, that I have had the opportunity, and that they are willing to allow me to sit at their table, because they are just absolutely inspirational. I try and be as good as them. I do not think I am. But I try. But. So we talked about Quartel, we talked about Saling, we talked about Tenerique. Quartel, which is a primogenitor male line military nation. Saling, which is a theocracy. Tenerique, which is a royal family line sole ruler called the Shah, who is gains the title through the Vision Quest, and therefore they're seen as divinely inspired. Novigur. We should talk about Novigur, because I love Novigur. Here is Novigur. Here, Novigur. Novigur is basically everything here. Oh wait, that's horrible. That needs to go away. There we go. Everything here is Novigur. And Novigur is a very large northern kingdom. And although it's a river, it's really more of a fjord. A deep fjord entry. And then there's this large open plains at the base here of this fjord. Novigur is a unique because it is a female ruler, and they are matrilineal and matrilocal. So, fun fact. Let me bring you a fun fact from your friendly neighborhood anthropologist. There is no nation or group or ethnic peoples, either present or historical, who are what we would call matriarchal. Ever. Hasn't been there. There are groups that we call matrilineal and matrilocal. There are also groups that we call that have had a long history of female figures of power, but there have never been matriarchal societies. There are matriarchal families, but there are no matriarchal societies. Matrilineal means that inheritance comes through the mother's line. Matrilocal means that in marriage you would move to the mother, the female member of the marriage's tribe or village or whatever. So Novigur is currently ruled by Queen Astrid Vilfidottir. It's okay. So there's patrilineal, patrilocal. Patrilineal means that inheritance goes through the male line. Patrilocal means that the people, will move to the husband's family's location. Matrilineal and matrilocal are the inverse. This becomes important because of here we get into more anthropology understanding. The only action that is a crime in every group, nation, ethnic group, any group of humans, the only thing that is a crime, that is defined as a crime on every group of humans worldwide, no matter the size of their society, is, unfortunately, incest. However, there is a vast amount of difference in how incest can be defined, depending on how things work. So there are some groups that are matrilineal. Remember, inheritance comes through the mother's line, where it would be defined as incest if there is a child who is sexually abused by their maternal side of their family, maternal aunts, uncles, whatever, but would not be considered incest if it's by the paternal, their father's cousins, whatever. It's the way incest is defined. So unstable Dios, what would be the term if inheritance does not necessarily follow through the father or mother's line? It's what is known as named inheritance, because all of this, what we talk about, is all about land inheritance, right? And you're going to have, some of them are going to be primogenitor, which means the firstborn inherits everything. That is a major thing in a lot of Western European nations, particularly in England, which likes to impose its views on everybody. Ireland, however, did not practice primogeniture. In fact, it practiced parceling, where each member of the household would get something. It's part of the way in which the English then took advantage of that during the 19th century and through the potato famine to force out more of the Irish by rewriting those laws to say that, okay, fine, if you're going to practice parceling, then you have to give each of your children equal parcel, which meant that they would further subdivide what small piece of land they had so that each child had an equal portion. And that meant that at a certain point, the land was not large enough to sustain a family. Just not possible. It's all about land inheritance and who marries whom. From there. So Novigrr is matrilineal, matrilocal, inherited. The queen goes through inherited. It's always a queen. Royal sons often serve in military or religious orders. Queen Asfrid is well respected and liked, but the public have some concerns over her daughters being rarely seen in public. She has 3 daughters and 2 sons. Her son Thorvid has taken vows as a priest of Velthorprini. And Ingvar has a twin, fraternal twin who is a sister. And Velthorprini, if you wish to know, Velthorprini is the god of knowledge, magic, and prophecy. In western Novigrr, there's an open plain. There live the Elfrin halflings. They provide a large amount of the produce for the nation of Novigrr, and the humans provide most of the manufacturing and protection. Elfrin halflings are both great gardeners and well known for powerful druids that come from the area. So. All right. I will take a break and pause for questions here. Pausing for question. Okay. So, we've covered Tenerique, Saling, Cortel, Novigrr. That leaves us with Varum, the creation story legend for this world. This is where things get fun, right? The world is one that is protected by the gods. The gods, again, are in constant struggle with with evil gods who are unnamed to prevent themselves. You don't say their name to prevent you, so you don't draw their attention. And the only way that the evil gods can interact on the world is through devils and demons. They believe that the world was created, and the gods blessed of the world, and the ancient empire that existed on the eastern continent of Agapia versus the western continent of Endios. The ancient empire saw a rise of culture and beauty. They claim that the emperor himself was descended from a line of those who had been blessed by the gods. The gods themselves had come down in mortal form, although most people agree that that wouldn't happen. The gods can't come onto the world without destroying it, so probably just a cleric or a champion. Yes, a champion that they blessed each of them. Yes, this is a usual story, is where it changes here, that all 7 of the divine gods blessed this champion. It is from this champion that the ancient empire arose, and his lineage, or their lineage, no one's quite sure about the identity of this 7 times blessed champion. Remembering, of course, that their life was ancient before the Sundering, and the Sundering was 2,000 years ago. This champion's bloodline became the emperors and the rulers of the empire, the ancient empire. But their family line was wiped out during the Sundering, as they were the last line of defense, as the ships sailed west with those who were finally left. Some say they had elvish blood. Some say that they were of lineage of Aasimars or dragons themselves, for dragons were known to nest amongst the ancient empire. But as the world spun and grew, no one yet living knows how it grew into this world, for such knowledge was lost with the sundering. All know and pray to Mother Ashira as the goddess of life, fertility, love, and agriculture, for she is the one who would bless the world and bring forth life upon it. But then there's also her sister, Fasti Tetu, who is the goddess of nature and the earth, the stone, and the forge. Together they brought life upon this world. And it was through Zephon and Velthaprini who brought knowledge and the existence of civilization. So Coldrake says, with such radically different control styles in each area, politics, diplomacy has to be a nightmare. Oh yeah, and we haven't even gotten to the Empire of Varum yet, right? So Novigur is a female-led kingdom, right? Queen, monarchy. The Duchy of Cortel is also a monarchy, but it's also a standing military powerhouse. The Duchy of Saling has changed within the last 50 years to being a theocracy led by an iconic figure, a female figure. Perhaps one might even say is slightly cultish. Tenerique is a monarchy led by a vision quest. Let's see. Where do we want to go next? We have... Not strife, actually, Coldrake. Actually, the gods themselves, so Coldrake, actually magic itself is under the auspices of Velthaprini, a male god. So Tamandra is the goddess of tempest, seas, rivers, and the moon. Basically water. Ashera is the goddess of life, fertility, love, and agriculture. Fasti Tetu is the goddess of nature, earth, stone, and the forge. Again, she is the goddess of forges. Praxelos is the god of war, vengeance, and justice. Zephon is the goddess of trickery, arts, and music. And Velthaprini is the god of knowledge, magic, and prophecy. And Vestru is the deity of death. They are a genderless form, usually, as they're worshipped. Yeah. It kind of is, but it's more about balance and less about the same... it doesn't have the same gender descriptions as that we would usually give it. Alright, let's go to... Oh yes, I forgot. We have to do a thing. Let's go to... So... This area here is Walaba. I should put the W. That's a W. This is a T. This is an S, C, N. All of the rest of this is Varum. Wallaba is not Wally's World. Wallaba. Wallaba is fun. Ooh, wait, hold on, I messed that up. I did mess that up. We need to... I did mess that up. I knew I messed up something. Alright. Because I have this map and it needs to go... Cortel needs to go up a little bit. No. Cortel needs to go up and then... like this. Like this. There we go. I knew I had Cortel in the wrong place. Oh, I'm sorry your network's struggling. Why is this not moving? Well, you know what? I'll do it the easy way. Delete. Delete. Okay. Here we go. Let's make Wallaba purple. Or no, we did the orcs purple. So let's make Wallaba very nice dark green. So this is Wallaba. Here. And then this is the border. No, I want that. I want. And then this is all the Empire of Varum, basically. Alright. So Wallaba is a very fun and one of my favorite places that I invented. Because it is a monarchy that practices gender-neutral primogeniture. It is whoever is born first inherits all of the monarchy's titles. And it is considered the norm for those who become rulers to choose both a male and female partner. And triad marriages for the rulers of Wallaba are culturally the norm. It isn't mandated, but it is if it doesn't happen, it's irregular and commented on for some reason. Usually, that means that whoever inherited their prospective third partner is either somebody who died or would, there's some, has been very rarely happened, but most of the time they practice triad marriage. For both children and to represent the male and female deities within the pantheon when the ruler participates in religious rites. Which is the other thing, is that the ruler is a participant in the religious rites, but isn't an active priest, it's not an active theocracy. Although they have trade relations with the empire, they have some distrust of the empire's power and influence. As one of the countries closest to the territories of the Utken orcs, there is a vast, officially unrecognized trade with the Utken. It is still rare for orcs to live openly in Wallaba, but there are a few in some villages close to the border here. So yeah. I love that I created a country where the norm is uh, triad marriage for the ruler. The new king of Walaba inherited after the death of his mother is King Kalafani. Walaba, and he is a young 30 and newly married to his chosen partners, his wife Zakia, and his shieldmate Adama. So, questions at this moment? Because I think we only have, well, we have the orcs, the island of Skep. Oh, I should tell you that there's also, I'll use, not Adama and Starbuck. You know that Starbuck's only one true love was Apollo, and I still get slightly salty about the fact that they changed Starbuck's gender in the new version of Battlestar Galactica purely to allow them to have that relationship versus in the original where it was like, yeah, they gonna be gay as fuck for each other and we're just gonna not mention it. But let's just go down here to this territory here. And this is the Elven country. Well, city-state and territory. They try and stay away from everybody else because they still remember the Sundering and the destruction that it caused. They move occasionally through interaction, but, you know, they don't engage on the world stage the same way. They are rather isolationist. And, ooh, okay. I need, let us go with this greenish color here, and we will add here is a barrier island, and this is the island of Skelica. Have a good night, Faye. It is an island of halflings, who act as seafaring traders, and privateers. Yes, I have pirate halflings. Come at me. They are frequently trade with all of the seaports of other nations. The halflings are strong and forthright. Skella halflings are well known to be in favor of open trade and seafare and have strong hatred of anything that impedes that. No, Skella, S-K-E-S-E-K-E-L-E. Sekella. I need to figure out how I'm going to say that. The ties with the Empire exist, but are always tense as they see the Empire as an impediment to the openness of sea travel. The island is ruled by a council of the head of the families, a bunch of pirates with a council, and family, you know. I created mafia halfling, pirate halflings, who, are the ultimate, I believe in free trade. That is who they are. Cole. Really, Cole? Cole Drake. I see you did there. It's fine. And then the last people we get to talk about are either the Empire or we've got the Empire and we've got the Orcs. Let's go with the Empire. The Empire of Varum, which is most of this right here. Almost all of this right here is the Empire of Varum. It was created 500 years ago. I appreciate each and every one of you. Hawkeye says, so is the person in charge of supplies on these halfling pirate ships the 8th master instead of the quartermaster? I see what you did there. They're privateers. They usually target those who are bad actors, but really no one's gonna... They're privateers according to their government. They're privateers according to... There might be pirates according to other people's governments. Depending, you know? Right? Their island says that they're privateers. Do you agree or disagree? Well, about that. So the Empire was created 500 years ago when the dwarves of Zalpava reached out to humans of the kingdom of Visava to form an alliance against some sort of infestation. No one outside of the dwarves and the highest rank of Visava know what the impetus for this union was, but it has proved extremely beneficial to both nations. The Emperor is an absolute monarch, but he maintains a council of advisors made up of representatives from dwarven, halfling, and human groups. The human and halfling settlements within the Empire are ruled by feudal lords who either inherit or are appointed by the Emperor. Although the dwarves have joined the Empire, they are mostly self-governing and have no feudal overlords. You know, it's real hard to get feudal overlords on dwarfs who live in a mountain range and just live under the mountain and no one really can get in there. And, Pope, you were talking about, artificers. Dwarves are the most common and well-known artificers. Gnomes exist, but there are no major gnome... Like, gnomes and usually live in the same mountain ranges as dwarfs. Usually on the outside of the mountain that the dwarves are living on the inside of. They have a kind of symbiotic relationship, mostly. And sometimes gnome artificers work with dwarven smiths and other artificers to create interesting contraptions. There is, of course, the Emperor, who inherited through male primogeniture. There are the Dwarf Lords. Each Dwarf Lord rules their own city. Posilov, the city is known for its production of enchanted items due to the city's close proximity to the Imperial College of the Arcane Arts. It currently holds a monopoly on mithril mining, which is the easiest metal to enchant, as we all know. Darasov. This city is the spiritual home of the dwarves on Endios, although there is a market district and the production of holy objects to imbue with divine power is their greatest export. Access to the city beyond the market is restricted to dwarves and clerics or priests and paladins. Not much is known to outsiders about the actual city itself. because I wanted to have a holy city of the dwarves. There is in southern Varum, there is an open plain down here, basically, near the mountain range of the dwarves that live the Godella halflings. They provide a large amount of the produce for the Empire, and the Empire provides most of the manufacturing production. So you have halflings that live here, and here, and on Skelka. That is it. You have halflings that live here. This is mostly open wild country and various topography. There's a lot of topographical blockage that would prevent you from going from Novgorod really to Wallaba. This is all orc country. Question about the Empire. It's complicated. I could do an entire session on the Empire. Do, do, do. I think it will be. And then, of course, we have the orcs, which are... who founded the Empire? So the Empire was founded, really, when the human kingdom of Varsalov allied with the dwarven city-states in the mountains that were their southern and western borders, and basically came to an agreement that, hey, we can work really well together. And so the dwarves, which are brilliant infantry and artillery, started working with the, well, not gunpowder artillery, but enchantments and things like that, with the humans as cavalry, because the humans in this area are one of the best cavalry. And then the halflings kind of accepted the protection of both groups in exchange for food production, because they're good like that. And then there's a large number of is one group area at the top of the pecking order, or are they all dependent on each other for survival? I mean, what are you talking about? Are you talking about within the Empire, or are you talking about this whole continent of nations? Because this is a continent of nations. And a big empty spot that's mostly, you know, uninhabited and wild. The whole continent of nations. Varum is currently claiming to be the head, you know, wants to be the spiritual successor to the ancient empire that unified the whole eastern continent of Arabia. But it's relatively new. There are a number of, you know, it has a large, it's the currently most stable because it has the Imperial Academy of the Arcane Magics. It has a couple large you know, it has the trade with the dwarves, who are able to make the rare few magical items that exist. And outside the Empire, those magical items are extremely rare and almost legendary. Teleportation circles exist within the Empire between the three major cities of Salagava, Balalava, and Slativa, and the two major dwarfish cities, Poslava and Darasov. Um, yeah. They also have fully Roman roads, and they run a bunch of the trade north to south. Tenerique is known as the like artistic artisan capital, both for its glass production, but also because it kind of draws a large number of artisans, and the royal family supports the arts and encourages it. Um, so you have a bunch of like trade route roads that are really well maintained and controlled by the empire, encouraged to be maintained and controlled by the empire. Saling has closed itself off, but it sees itself as the religious home because and truly dedicated to Mother Ashira in a certain way, with the great lady who led this religious revolution. The orc territories are seen by most other people as being uncivilized, in a way, because their roads are rarely paved outside of the largest settlements, where the standard is only hard packed gravel. The orc tribes also have a history of warring amongst themselves, and they're mostly nomadic within their own territories. But they have recently begun to kind of unify under the single unify themselves, sort of. And this is Yoraba, which is the last bastion of the elven, last elven kingdom, because again, they were never most populous of peoples on Arabia, and they kind of took a big chunk of the brunt of some of the magic that got cast. Remembering, of course, that the orcs used to be elves in this world. This is like one of the things I'm looking at, is the fact that orcs were taken as part, during this great war that caused the sundering. Orcs were elves that were taken, and because they had like this innate magic that made them better, more dexterous, had better vision, all of these things that they were like species superior to humans, these evil wizards basically turned them into shock troops and, super soldiers, and twisted them and manipulated them and turned them into orcs. So what few so the orcs then were elves, but the few true pure-blood elves are left. They have a city-state that's entirely isolationist and keeps themselves down here. Elves that you will see in the world on the stage are, by and large, individuals who may be traveling for academic or just adventure, I guess. So, it is 5 minutes to midnight. I think, well, I guess we should talk about the orc territories, right? And then that might be it for tonight. So we'll talk about orcs, and then that I think might be it. So you have the Tarkin orcs, which are here in the middle. We'll just call these the Tarkin orcs. They are currently ruled by War Chief Taskin Warhammer, an older orc who is well known for his ability on the battlefield and his cunning off of it. When the Great Lady led the rebellion in Saling, Taskin provided extra weapons and assistance. Since then, has been a stable trade and protection in grains between the two nations. Although Taskin never married, he has a number of children, both full and half-blooded orcs. So what keeps everyone out of the last refuge of the elves? Mostly, it's geographic. There is a large... I should put this in. There is a large... there's the True Desert, which is south of Tenerique. So we're going to put the True Desert here, which is, like, very difficult to travel through. And then there's a vast, like, ravine, not ravine, cliff face, because there's the cataclysm also shifted things on this continent. So this is actually a cliff face that leads into this desert, kind of giving depth here. And then there's a massive forest and swamp area that kind of makes this area very difficult to travel through. Yeah, kind of. Sorry, did not mean to cough in your ear, guys. Not so much a cannon as, like, this whole area is on a shelf, a continental shelf, and then it drops like a couple hundred meters, and then everything else is on a lower plane. So they are protected mostly by, there is some arcane magics and divine magics that come through there. And like I said, full-blooded elves are different. So even though you have to have human blood to be a wizard, there are rumors that, well, there are still living elvish wizards from the Great Imperium, before the Great Imperial colleges of magic from before the Sundering. But no one has seen them or heard of from them. These great elvish wizards that lived through the Sundering and themselves wished to never have that thing. Yeah, like they're 2,000 years old. No one knows if it's true or not. No one goes to the elvish territories. Half-elves are usually created through elves leaving the elvish territories to kind of wander themselves. So, we've got Tarkin. Oh yes, and Tarkin elves are seen by outsiders to be the most civilized of the orc nations, but they are seen by other orcs as strong and cunning people. They're pickled on brine and placed on shelves. I mean, maybe. Or they're, I just like concept of truly immortal beings. Oh yes, and hey, Hawkeye, you'll love this. These are the Durakin orcs. Durakin orcs. The Durakin orcs, ruled by War Chief Viral, the Protector, who gained power recently through trial by combat. Viral has begun changing the way Durakin interacts with other orc tribes and outside nations. Viral has recently married a half-elven woman, Amara Pajor, making him the first orc ruler to marry outside of his race. Or species. There is hope that Durakin will begin diplomatic relations with at least the elven city of Yaraba. Durakin orcs are known for being as skilled in fighting with words as with weapons. Durakin bards are thought to be the greatest of all orc bards, and there is a temple to Zephon the Entertainer, where the Guild of Bards hosts a festival each year in Durakin. It is the largest festival outside of the midwinter or midsummer. Yes, I have an entire nation of orcish that favors orcish bards. There you go. Have at. They are down here. Yeah. Uchikan. They are here. Currently led by Regent Sezin Longbow after the death of her husband until her son Ertam comes of age. Widowed young, Sezin has maintained control of her nation by being known as both a ruthless warrior in her own right and devout follower of Ashera the Mother. Her son Etam is currently only 7, and her husband died 5 years ago. Uchikan enjoys a thriving smuggling business with Lalaba, and the close borders between the two nations ensure that there is a relative acceptance of individual orcs. Uchikan is also known as a safe haven for those women of other races fleeing oppression in other territories. Orc women have always had more power and influence than most due to their greater ability to control their racial rage, which is another thing that I created. I created a system in this world where all orcs have because of the actions of the wizards during the Sundering, have a racial, scar rage that they need to prevent or overcome during combat. Exactly, Hawkeye. So, what is your favorite weapon? My wits, for the word is truly mightier than the sword. Yes, flying barbs. Flighting. I think people need to flight more often. Uchikan has the largest temple to Ashera the Mother outside of Saling, and is seen as a unique because most orcs have little to do with the gods feeling abandoned after the Sundering. Oh, look, I have an entire population that has a bunch of issues with the gods, even though they acknowledge that they exist. And finally, the Octan orcs. As the furthest the territory from the civilized nations, well, technically Octan is further west. I didn't actually do this right, but it goes further west. Not much is known about Octan people. It is rumored that they are the most violent and warlike of the orcs, but these are just rumors. Octan has no trade relations with outsiders and are secretive even among other orcs. There are almost no half-orcs of Octan descent. So, that is the world as it currently stands, and my little attempt at art. And, So, that's where we're at. I'm going to build this campaign, so it will be, we'll probably do some more about this. But thank you all for hanging out with me tonight. Thank you all for talking with me, because, some of this really kind of definitely helps if I, talk with someone about it, and I feel better about that. And talk out my ideas. But let us send some love out. Who can we raid? Let's go raid Myth, because Myth has been on for 11 hours working on this blacksmith project, and we should send him some love. But until next, we'll see. I have been your friendly neighborhood Prax. Thank you for hanging out with me, for everybody. I appreciate that. Uh, and I'm glad that I was able to provide a welcome distraction, Jim. That is always important. And I'm glad you could hang out with everybody. And we'll see you all tomorrow for some Witcher Roads Home, and there will probably be some things coming from that. But until next time, everybody, bye.
It's been a long day when you think your fortune is like